Hello and welcome once again, my friends. Habits here. Hope you are doing excellent, having a super Sunday so far. I know mine is well, it's early here, so I don't have a lot to build on yet, but so far so good. It's a little overcast. It's kind of nice and cool. I just closed up the whole house. Wow, it's loud. Um, had some fresh air coming through, and then I close all that up because how many people walking by on the sidewalk want to hear strange person talking about video games. Anyway, you guys are awesome. Thanks so much. All your views and likes and comments and all that kind of stuff, very much appreciated. So thank you. Keep it coming. It's awesome. And hopefully we get to pay you back with some good stuff today. We are set to make good progress. For anybody who missed out on yesterday's stream, first of all, you didn't you missed some stuff, but not a ton of edge of the seat excitement. We are standing here at the same zombie farm now with a nice wide and long hallway. It's not complete. Who knows when we'll get back to it, because I kind of pickaxed my way to saturation. But as I have, the game has been open, and we repaired the pickaxe first, and now we're just racking up our XP from the accumulated zombies that we just harvested. Look at all of this coming. 17 levels plus a fully repaired fortune pick. We do have a full silk touch pick now. We also have probably gotten our sword all the way up. If we have our option and can still stick it on there, a fire aspect would be nice. I think I would take that probably over the uh, knockback, but we'll see if either one can even go on there. I kind of doubt it. I think it cost us 21 levels to put on the sweeping edge after combining sharpness, and that's the problem with swords, right? If you don't start with sharp 5, then you're always going to be behind, because combining that and the second sharp 4 that we got to combine also had looting 3 on it, so it really ratcheted up the number of enchant enchant tiers or whatever uses that we've already applied via the anvil to there. If you count 2 sharp 4s, 2 looting 3s, a mending and unbreaking, and now a sweeping edge. That's a lot to put on one item. Swords are always tough because they can have so much. The 2 other enchants, of course, would be knockback, which has 2 levels, and does fire aspect have 2 as well? Not sure. Um, and ultimately those may just be too much, right? A 3 tier sweeping edge was cost 21, and they always tend to go up. So yeah, we'll see how that comes out. All right. Um, for today, we would like to get to the Nether. That's kind of the big goal. And before I forget myself, let's do this. Now that we've kind of talked our way through the introduction, I had dropped this down to low because it was pretty loud with the crowd in there. All right, a few more there. Pull back a bit more XP. Chainmail boots are plain. And then here, those may get done. First fully juiced piece of chainmail. That's kind of nice. And we can actually maybe get close to finishing up this hat. Alright, that's done. So now all we're missing is leather boots. And again, this is all just kind of for fun to do something while we're waiting for more zombies to spawn and gather. Alright, there's our accumulated stuff. Now we have stored the gold helmet, which also has respiration on it. That's sitting in our boat box, right? So far, it's the best I've come up with for a storage point. Alright, let's... I don't think I left anything in there. Let's go ahead and choppy chop. And for anybody who is finding this and going, oh, Habbage went pretty early today, sorry about that. This is the time I had, and I did try to warn that with today's episode, we'd be a little bit at the mercy. Look at that, like a completely bare 19th level bar. So this is when I get to play. I'm going to go ahead and see what we can do. And then we will, I don't know, possibly get back, but the next couple days, maybe later. Particularly Tuesday. So if you want to be in the chat and hang out, plan accordingly. Zip, zip, zip. I won't be sad to have all of this done, at least on quite as regular basis. So we do have a couple things we need to take care of. First of all, sleeping, if that's a thing. Looks like it is. Probably have some creepers up here to deal with. But with our shiny new... What was that? Oh, that was the Golem wrecking... Somebody... Nope! Will Golem mash him? Oh, the cat's gonna keep him away. Oh, no. Oh, ho, ho. 2 shots. Sweeping edge is good damage. Alright, come here, creeper. Oh, where you going, dude? Consistent creeper 2 shots. That'll happen just regularly enough for me to get used to it, and then disaster will hit. Hopefully not. Oh, we did get the 5th, right? We haven't really fought anything since we got that 5th level of sharp either, so I was kind of surprised. I was like, sweeping edge is doing more damage? It's odd. Good enchant to have, especially if we find ourselves in the midst of a bunch of pigmen. All right, so what do we need to do to get ready for the nether? I think the first thing we need to do, let's take the boat because I want to get the helmet out. Close the gates. So one thing we got to do, we've got to go try to remember where the closest portal is and mine it a bit because we're going to need enough obsidian for our gateway. But this was what we couldn't remember at the end of the last episode. We are at negative 375. That's the number we got to remember. In fact, you know what? Let's do this right. We haven't written down many coordinates at all down here. All right. This is elevator spot. And it's going to be, no, I hit the number, negative 375, 150. Okay, that's good to remember. We're going to squirrel that away because I don't want to deal with it just yet. Next up. There's a portal underwater right there, but that's not going to be any good. We got to be on land. There was one all the way by the desert. There was one where we went on the boat trip out that way, but I can't remember other land-based portals. Can anybody? Well, I don't know if anybody's in the chat yet. It's early on a Sunday. I guess we'll go to the desert. And then you guys can all laugh at me. Be like, dude, there's one like 4 blocks away. Why didn't you go to that one? I maybe something back over at like the Dark Oaks. Yeah, just I don't know. If we see any here that jog my memory or have escaped it, we'll go grab them. Also, usable would be a big lava lake, right? We could dump a bucket of water on it, get the obsidian we need. But this is all right. Good way to start. Kick things off a little bit. Get me limbered up. I need to start drinking this coffee pretty quickly here. Let me do just that while we're boating. What's up, horsey? Problem with the lava lakes is I'm not going to see them, and I don't remember any. I know we've seen them around. They're scattered everywhere, but I don't remember that there are any right around us. Of course, there were deep underground. We could just go back and, I guess, use some of that lava, which would be in the area that we need to be working on anyway. It's nice to be above ground. We spent almost, aside from the last little bit when we were trading and enchanting and all that, we spent most of the day yesterday bopping around and I'm wondering, is this where we cut down all the trees? There was a portal up on the hillside, but I don't know if this is that area. We're gonna be fine. We're almost there. All right. Well, I guess while we're doing a bit of time killing here, there it is. Let's talk about a bit of watching that I did yesterday, like last evening. So, one of the things that well, I think the first thing that I watched, um, now I can't remember if there's an extra thing. One of the shows that I watched was a documentary on um, the U.S. raising of the Russian nuclear missile submarine K-129, and that was in the it had a catastrophic failure, and the oh, I don't know my own speed with these picks. It's been so long since we've had an efficiency 5. I am using the silk touch now, right? Um, should we get the advancement here while we're at it? I guess I should be a little careful. Get in the hole. There we go. Who's cutting onions? I am. I am. And that was kind of amazing. It was pretty cool oops, how they went about approaching this, because the submarine was lost out in the midst of the Pacific, and the U.S. happened to know where it was because we had set up a bunch of seafloor sonic monitoring devices, and now they're no longer any kind of spy secret kind of stuff. They are the same thing that we use to track and early warn for earthquakes. Oh, yikes. Um, that system that goes out and triangulates, like, okay, there was an earthquake. It is in this part under the ocean, and now we need to issue tidal wave warnings for Japan or Australia or Hawaii or California or wherever, right? Um, that's the same kind of technology, but the reason they didn't pay to set those all up all over the ocean floor just for earthquakes, although it's a noble endeavor. They wanted them to detect and hear um, nuclear weapon tests, especially underground ones. Right? This was still I don't know how late the airborne nuclear weapon tests went, but they were locked down pretty early, right? And by treaty, everybody agreed, no, this is stupid. We're radiating the planet and the air and everything. If you're gonna test, put it underground, right? Which is a good thing, but it certainly makes for a challenging surveillance thing, right? You can see a big mushroom cloud. All you need is one plane or satellite or anything within any part of the visible horizon, and hey, look at that, something big just happened, right? So, well, once those moved underground, they did have to have a system, and that was the system. Well, inadvertently, all of these listening things on the ocean floor heard this series of explosions, and just like with an earthquake, the the sound of what they still I don't know, it's either not declassified yet or whatever, but presumably based on like the explosion slash implosion hole within the ship, Presumably, there was some kind of a problem with one of the missiles that was on it, that maybe unarmed or whatever, but it had some kind of a failure, and then a second one did. So there were two distinct explosions, and these listening posts were able to hear those, or the imploding sound of the sub or whatever. And just like with an earthquake, based on how far away they were, they heard those at different times. And it's relatively straightforward math to then go back and say sound travels through the ocean at this rate, so we can draw a circle that overlaps from each of the devices. And, the further away, the bigger the circle kind of deal. But all five of those circles are going to pinpoint in one particular area, right? And then they send out first of all, an observation ship, or an ocean floor science research vessel, and said, "Hey, why don't you look in this area?" And sure enough, they found this downed sub. But of course, this is the height of the Cold War, very hush hush. They want to go get that sub. They want to learn what the Soviets have, and they had to build this crazy, specifically custom built or designed ship to go out and operate in 3 miles of water depth and raise a broken nuclear missiles off the ocean floor. And by the time they specifically built a ship, and at the same time built all this, basically like think an oil rig where sections of pipe are attached as the bit goes deeper and deeper and deeper, right? Same concept exactly. They're using all that equipment, but it has to be crazily strong to be able to lift all this weight up off the ocean floor, including the rig that has to hold it, the ship itself, and all the weight of the length of the pipe that's gone down 3 miles into the ocean. Not to mention that they had to break it out of the mud on the ocean floor itself. So a lot of factors there. My bamboo threw me off there for a second. So this is our nether going helmet. I think we'll take it. We'll want this. Although, honestly, I don't think we're going to be taking this on our first trip because we won't bring so much cobble. Anyway, really, really cool. And I was thinking like, oh, this is, kind of spy documentary thing. It was basically a bunch of the civilians that had kept this story secret until it became declassified, and then were able to talk about their roles in it. And Howard Hughes, who recently was, I say recently, was in the last 10 years, right? Leonardo DiCaprio played him in a biopic feature film. So a lot of people may know who he is, but Spruce Goose and all of his ridiculous wealth was put to the test because he was into a lot of that kind of stuff already, and we're going to put you guys down here, I think. We need all that. Man, that went so fast. I can't believe how quickly we were able to manage it. All right. We need you. We'll need you. We can bring this. We're not going to need 3 of these. We'll need those and a bunch more probably. We will need sticks now because what I want to do is get a diamond shovel instead. Because we're only going to take 1 each of these. And presumably there. I know we have one of these over at the enchanting deal, but just in case, get a diamond hoe too. If we find ourselves in the middle of one of the forests, we can use that to break all the growth stuff. All right, shovels, you're not coming. Arrows, you're coming a couple times. We are gonna need more. No, What did I just dump? Oh no, bucket of water, right? Don't need this. We'll need more of those. Need a lot more steak. Now have all of these set. They can go away. We will need more for torches. That feels like overkill. Um, do torches. Oh boy. Guess what we're back to needing. Shocking, I know. But to be fair, it's been a couple episodes since we've needed more torches. And I think we can get through. We'll see how far we have to go exploring. So with all of that, I think we are pretty good on gold. Let's go all in on gold apples. That wasn't what I wanted to do. Here we go. Since when are apples the shortfall? Okay. There's that then. 25 gold apples. We won't need the water bucket, right? We probably won't need the bed. Except when we come back. Leave it there. It'll be fun. Okay, let's switch you. So I think we got 19 levels. I think what we're going to do is go down. We've got our coordinates now. 375, 150. I know one of those is negative, the 375, but we will then make our little portal on the far side. If safe to do so, if appropriate, we will relocate the portal to the lava level. Or, if it doesn't seem necessary, we won't worry about it too much. Once we've got all that done, and kind of our first visit, and depending on how all this shakes out, we'll make decisions on how long we want to stay, how much of a chance we want to take. But if we can use nether quartz and or are exploring there to get a few more levels, if we can get up to 30 or above, ideally, then we'll probably come back Depending on timing and all that, I may take a break and hang out at the zombie spawner to get a few more levels. Because I'd really like to get fire prot on the pants before we spend a ton of time in the nether. Or on a pair of pants. We got lots of diamonds, so we could always probably will make a fresh pair of pants. Eventually, I'd like to get the diamond helmet set up too, so when we're not in the nether, we can use the better one. But so this is our line. The one thing we may do before we fully head out is repair this pick from whatever we do right now. Oh, I didn't even think about. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is definitely better. Alright, we're getting close. And what this basically is halfway along the outside of our field area. You guys saw where the marker box was, but our 200 line, which is that edge of that hallway, that is right about the halfway point. It's like 3 blocks off. Two, one, negative 375, 150, right? So this is going to be our water elevator area. I don't want to cramp it. Ooh, let's go here. Right. Don't need to be looking at that. Okay. I think rather than letting this get too cramped, we'll just move it over. Cool. All right, we're going to lose out on some tough here, I think, but that's all right. And if we okay. Now, let's go. We'll go here. Oh, dang it. All right, obsidian. Your time to shine. Or sit there darkly. Good. Torches all around. We don't want to have any incidents. And I don't like the idea of being cramped in here. So the idea here is that this is going to be close enough to our farmhouse location and the water elevator and everything that we're connecting in here that we can get to it easily. And in all likelihood, we'll have other portals set up both at the camp and at the house itself or any other bases that we have that are just all right in a big, fairly tight cluster at the Nether itself. All right. You guys ready to do this? Fortune favors the bold, right? Let's go see what we got. Don't lose the world. Don't die. Top priority. Okay. I see no lava yet, but that doesn't really mean a thing. Oh crap. Already. Nope. No, 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 no. Oh, this isn't even the right block. Oh my gosh. On the one hand, I don't want to mess this up. On the other, though, I don't know that I want to spend much time on it because I think we want to go down, right? And we should look. So there's that over there. There is not much here to work with. Yeah, I don't think we're going to spend a ton of time down here. So a good thing, we have soul sand right here. That's nice. And I think go ahead and grab that. We gotta be very careful about opening up holes, right? Let's get, just in case. Alright, so there's all that. This is kind of our little ghast proofing. And like I said, I'm not real wild about using this. So now, negative 60, actually, negative 59, negative 32, right? Boom, boom. Another. I gotta leave room because I didn't grab the coordinates at home. So this is, what was it? 32? Negative 59, 32. Right? Yeah. Negative 59, 32. All right, so that's what we need to get back to down on, on the lava. That also begs the replacement, even though I don't care too much about using this thing long term. I do not want to have a gas come and blow the floor out from under my feet like an awful game of Spleef and send me tumbling into the lava down below because we don't have any fireproof pants. So this seems like an effort well spent. And we are still very far from any kind of ground clearance there. Okay. Fair. I'm not real wild about walking across any of this soul sand either, to be perfectly honest. Alright, that's getting better. Right? We ready for an adventure? Or should I go... Let's go back with what we got for now. Do that every time. Get used to it. The whole drinking coffee while going through a portal and then realizing that it doesn't take as long as you thought. Oh, I should do this bit. It's a bit of a tedious drag, but with the soul sand, that was a huge deal because now we can actually put those water elevators in right now and not have to do the twisty turny climb at least. But this is too much. I can't, just can't deal with the whole walk slow for a couple hundred blocks. We'll clean up the rest of that when we actually finish the tunnel, but This bit will be good. Sadly, what we have not encountered in mainly yesterday's stream, a little bit the time before, was any deep deep dark, right? Is that what it is? All right, so getting close. This is the cave that we now hope is lit enough. Oh, I thought we were through when we got there. I can see it. Oh no, there's another section there too. I hope whatever's making those noises is not coming immediately to get us. So, in coming back here, I was really trying to do two things. One, drop off all the extra block stuff that we'd gotten from making the portal room in the first place, and then getting gravel. Speak of the devil. A nice torch. With the gravel, we can get this safely down. Although we may just look for a natural way down and then build back off, because I don't really relish the idea of deleting a gravel pillar that I'm standing on with ghasts and all bouncing around just to get down to the surface of the lava sea. We'll see. See if it seems to make sense to get down. It's kind of a combination, right? If we can get over some land that is on that surface, then we'll be all good to go. Try to make sure we don't fall in. All right, holy smokes. We got a long way to go on this tunnel. Those of you guys who are seeing it for the first time are going to be like, man, you've done how? I mean, it looks impressive, right? We've done an impressive amount, but all that extra stuff is formidable. So we'll trade these out. We'll maybe make the water elevator down by the farm sooner rather than later. All right, tough. That's what we did. Fill a box. This, where are we going to put the? I guess we'll put them in here, because these, now that we have Silk Touch, these can just hang out and pile up until we can use them for XP. This is the one I'm most concerned about at the moment. And I don't know how many. I won't go very far. That was pretty quick. Let's hang here for just a second. So gravel, once we say we needed. what we will do is, because we're just a little bit short of what I'd like for the obsidian to make the new portal, but we'll break the one as soon as we have up-down access in the nether. One, where are you guys? You all afraid of swimming? Get down here. So break the portal, regather that obsidian. I don't know, maybe that's just kind of dumb. Yeah, I guess we can. It's kind of out of that waste not, want not mentality. Alright, it seems as though we're pretty well set, except that I think we still, like, tough. Here's some more gravel. Just so much deep slate. But what I was really coming here for is to grab some obsidian. Shame about that iron, but what we gonna do? I don't have a bucket of water. Oh my! Are you kidding me? I can't believe I just walked that whole thing for no reason, other than picking up stupid gravel and deep slate and tough. Alright. Spawn me some zombies. While I unload all of this. Where that? We can at least do this, this, this. I don't want to carry that back, so let's put it there. Still not done. Come on. What? So aggravating. Did you spawn some zombies, please? Thank you. Just need the shoes. Oh. Haven't heard many plops yet. They're all stuck. Cool. There we go. There's that. Why not? We're not hanging out for the axe, but threw a little bit more on there. All right, so we have a stack of gravel, 2 backup stacks, a partial stack of obsidian. We're gonna get more of that. When we break the portal, we've got the coordinates. We will break it, reposition it down, and then link it back up again. It'll all go really smooth, because it always does, right? Not at all. Oh, it's going to be awesome, though. So we talked about documentary on the raising of a nuclear missile sub. That was pretty cool. Recommend, but probably, if you're not at least interested in kind of engineering, big machine stuff and all that, and a lot of tech specs and that kind of stuff, might not be right up your alley. So give it a shot, see what you think. The other one was straight up more history, the one that I was trying to think of earlier, and that was I don't even know what it was called. This was on Prime as well, and the date said 68, but it was like a World War II. I don't know if it was a training document or just propaganda or what, but it was basically, here's everything that goes into a bombing mission in Germany from start to finish. Like, what, pretty cool that they gave all that insight to something that was certainly sensitive at the time, right? Like, what? Okay, you want to publicize all this stuff? Alrighty. So the further back we go, this stuff is messed up. So it is Soul Sand though, Valley, not Crimson. So I guess I feel a little better about that. Let's go up first. And just see, aside from all this fire, come on, what, if anything, do we have to work with? Alright, we checked the biome. We don't need that anymore. So there's that stuff. Can we get around to that? Like, are we connected over there? A little scary. Also kind of great. That's good to have. Like packaged XP ready for us. As long as the ground doesn't go away. See, that kind of stuff is what I don't want to accidentally do to myself. That seems very bright. Oh, maybe it's just that fire. Still not to the land. Broken portal down there. Well, this could be just what we need. Let's do... that. Okay. From here, we can do... No, 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 no. How did my little bow... Oh, I forgot we did enchant our bow. We got power 5. I should have turned around and shot, but I did not. With all of this being netherrack and not knowing what's underneath it, better to run first and ask questions later, right? Okay, so what I was trying to do was a little bit of this action I think we're going to want to come back up for... exploration purposes, right? But... dude. No. Huh? Why did that want to jump on me? That was terrifying. Okay. There. Oh, love hanging out over the edge in the nether. It's awesome. There. There. Oops. That's kind of dumb. It's going to be a very windowless, viewless stair. Huh? No. Now what do I do? Crap. Go away! Oh, here. Let me shoot your foot. Oh, boy. Now I'm, like, lagging. Oh, come on. What? Game, listen, man. This is not cool. Stop and shut up. Oh my god. No, how did I miss you? Oh! Oh, okay, okay. Okay. That didn't knock me off. Somehow he timed that fireball to let my arrow kill him while the fireball still came through at my face. Yeah. That wasn't cool. Dude, and why can you just... oh my god. So unnecessary with the level of ridiculousness. Alright, at least now we're almost down. It's this side when I'm out looking at the exposed lava ocean that is just terrible. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude. It's probably not even like a fatal fall at this point, but It's that the game knows, like, oh yeah, if you just slid forward a little bit, it would be easy. So we're not going to do that. No, no, no. You're going to... Enough already with the ghasts. Take that. Huh? Every time. No, 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 no. You don't get to get off that step edge. You got to push it. Okay, we need to go up and get... Oh, dude. Why? Why, game? Why can't you just let me walk downstairs? There, 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 there. Okay, so World War II bomber video, pretty cool. If you're into World War II stuff, it was pretty unexpectedly good. So that was on Prime. These were both on Prime, just under documentaries. And then I had kind of decided, all right, I'm all documentaried out. think I want to see something different. But the thing, here's something we think you might like, and it totally sucked me in. It was not just like a documentary movie. This was a documentary TV series about two German buddies that motorcycled in 2018 from Germany, their home, to India, and over the Himalayas, like through all kinds of different countries. Just an awesome little motorcycle road trip adventure type movie. It was great. Highly, highly recommend. The voiceover translation work was a little weird. I wasn't too down with that. Now, before we go on to our... There's one gunpowder. I saw something drop. Maybe that was it, but no tears. I was hoping for tears. But we do have this portal as well, right? And now this is a netherized version of a broken portal. For one thing, this is kind of handy. Oh, gotta be so careful. We don't want to light our new portal until we finished, or until we've broken the other, right? We ran into that in one of the recent worlds where we mislinked, and I don't want to have to deal with that. So, yeah, we'll do our best to avoid that. Now, this is potential trouble, right? We gotta be a little careful here, because our gold helmet doesn't protect us from piglin rage if they see us taking gold or opening chests. So let's just scout for a moment. I don't see any right around here. Gold apple. Don't really care about any of that stuff. All right, and we got away with it without arousing attention. So Next up, equally dangerous. We gotta at least get down here. And we're pretty... There's our little spot. So I guess we can use this soul sand, but we want... Yeah, that does have an edge. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do these have an edge? No, they do not. That does. Alright, time for a quick notepad check. Negative 59.32. And we are... So we're going to need to go this way, right? Did I really... Oh, okay. You're not very close yet. I brought extra stacks of arrows after we put infinity on the bow, didn't I? It seems like something I would do. Yeah, we haven't used a single arrow. Ah, brilliant. So I'd like to get a shot at him, but... also kind of like to... get ourselves out to our 32. As little drama as possible, if I can. So, good news here. As far as we know, and that's why I spend so much time checking the biomes. I don't really mean to go that far back here. Up on top there where there's that red ground cover vegetation-y stuff. No hoglins, right? So the threat that got us the last time isn't here the same way that we had to deal with it in the past, and that was... I'm going to get rid of that for now. That the hoglins could come around, they're always aggressive and knock us into the lava, right? Which is what happened last time. It was no fun. Missing on those so much either. Not quite there yet. Still a little short, but let's go. Let's not push our luck here. So now we just do boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Alright, this will actually work out pretty well. Happy accident, Bob Ross style, right? And I think we'll make this nice and wide around here. Alright, it's ugly, admittedly, but this is going to hopefully give us safe access to explore. Because we can deal with those ghasts as long as they're not actively knocking us into the lava, right? Hoglins, same kind of deal. Alright, now we just have to finish this a little bit further back out, but we can at least run away if we need to. And get under cover. Nice little spans. Oh. So that German motorcycle movie, which as long as you don't mind that the guys are actually speaking German and it's like voiceover translator dub kind of people replacing their voices with their own. That's a good one to check out. So cool because their route, even though they weren't like my favorite travel host guys, but with Troy on here, we've talked some about like the Gordon Ramsay travel show, and I've talked about Anthony Bourdain and how much I enjoyed some of those. The Top Gear shows. This was, they certainly weren't travel people. They had motorcycle sponsors, right, that were had their logos and stuff on the bikes, but it wasn't like a commercial deal. They weren't promoting anything particularly, and didn't really kind of reminded me just of, hey, if I was on vacation with my buddies, this is about how we'd kind of be approaching things, at least in cases, right? So I don't know. They talked about how they've been doing these trips for like dozen years, even more maybe between the two of them, where they just pick a place, exotic locations, and then go on motorcycles. And I don't know what his range is going to be, but I'd kind of like to have a better platform. Let's take him on. It's a little bit of a waste because we won't get the XP. But Now we won't die. And apparently they had done a trip at some point in the past where they went over the steppes of Russia, the former Soviet Union. And so it wasn't Russia, it was Kazakhstan, I think, for that particular leg where they were just shot of gassed. It's like gassed farming, which I'm sure we'll do at some point. Those of you guys that are longtime viewers and participants, don't you worry. We'll have a gas farm, I'm sure. Maybe not, maybe not quite as large as the one I had last time. That was kind of ridiculous. Okay. I assume this is what is our spot? F. We wanted to be at 59. 32. Doesn't even look like we're lined up. I mean, maybe we are. Maybe it's just. Well, this is 60. I don't know how I got that off, but whatever. They should be good as long as we're well enough linked. So let's do. Oh, I don't know. Something like this. I want to have a big area. Can I get that one? No, I got. Okay. Now, where were we? Somewhere, somehow, we were making this thing be negative 59. That, right? Ooh. You go. Yes, yes, yes. All right, if that's plotted, we'll hope it's right. Don't like that I can't see him. Alright, this went a little further than we'd really intended, but that's alright. So, now I think we build a box inside here. And then we can make a prettier enclosure for a transit hub eventually, right? For the moment, though, all we're trying to do is keep this guy safe. And that will probably be a... Oh, goody, lava slimes. Hey. Let's go ahead and get... There. Feather falling is pretty nice. Man, we are almost out here, aren't we? And then... How'd that miss quite so badly? Okay. There. There. Gotta do that over on this side. So that makes it pretty tough to get a shot through on us. You know, gas basically has to come sit on here to get a shot through all of this. How many? We still have 31. So let's seal those. Seal that. Corners here. Hideous box. But hopefully this keeps us safe. Little exposed, but oh well. And I guess once we break the portal upstairs, we can come back and use some of that cobble to finish up this little box. I hear you. Oh, dude. Oh, man. Give me a tear. Oh, tear. Alright. Into the stairs we go. What we basically did was make our jungle tree chopping pattern out of cobblestone. But at least this gets us up and down without too much danger. This is still pretty sketchy, but what are we going to do about that? Ow. Okay, so we break this. Now we don't have any reason for this anymore. So we'll grab all this back. So back in the overworld, right? We just unlinked that portal to anything. So it's sitting there going, now I'm not paired. What do I do now? And we will provide that by lighting the portal. Um, Back on our other side. We don't need to spend a whole lot of time here, but I would like to get just a little bit more wrapper around the portal downstairs. Nothing worse than getting stuck in the nether. It's certainly easier now to get out of those situations than it was the first time I ever got stuck in the nether, which was one of the first times that I ever really got to the nether. And before I knew it, I was, I was in a big mess. I went through, this was back in the, old days, so the nether itself was fairly new. And I came out, and so there was, it was basically just nether wastes and soul sands scattered in. I don't even think that they had those as different biomes. They were just all features of the single biome known as the nether, right? And I came out into my portal in the middle of this patch of soul sand. There was no soil at that time. It was all just sand. And I'm looking around. I had no plan that it was quite as dark as I found it to be. So, like the background light of my just wherever I was at that point on my computer. I think I was playing on a full PC, and it was pretty rough. There. Oh, is that all? It didn't go quite as far as I thought it would. All right, well, we got it a little better. Boom. So now, hopefully, this just linked us back to our desired target in the overworld. Let's go through and see. Coffee right where I shouldn't. Now, not real bad here, so that worked exactly as we hoped. Oh, we should get some light on this. So fantastic. We've now got the portal where we want it. We are set to do nethering, and I am looking forward to that. However, we want to. Well, do I want to? I kind of want to get the hole dug so that we can set up our elevators or figure out what the challenges are going to be on those so that I don't have to deal with all this nonsense anymore. I'm sure we still will, but now that we have soul sand, so bubble elevators will pull us down. Soul sand, or bubble elevators, the magma block bubble columns will pull us down, just like they do in the ocean, right? We're swimming along, we're boating along, we hit those bubbles. If we sit in our boat on top of them, it will actually pull the boat under the surface and sink it. If we're just swimming, it pulls us down pretty quickly and pretty forcefully all the way to the bottom. If we are I don't think there's any ifs. We can use water, kelp, because we need to make those source blocks, but a bucket of water on a column with a block of dirt at the bottom planted with kelp all the way up will convert all the blocks into source blocks of water. And then by switching out the soil at the bottom to either soul sand or the magma block, we can have side by side, one up, one down. and be good to go. Kind of fun. And that will prevent all of this nonsense, right? These endless up and down stairs, twisting, turning, covering, like probably 400 blocks of horizontal distance just to get wherever it is we want to be. Now, one issue we're going to run into here is I don't have a bed. I think we can handle whatever's waiting for us upstairs, but I don't really want to put our villagers in a bad spot. So we got to get to the chest, grab the bed, and then fight our way out of it. Although it looks like maybe that's got light. So, okay, good. False alarm. We should really get a couple extra beds and get one in like a chest there. All right, bed first. Flint, you can go in there. Very quickly, this is going to become an overwhelming issue, I'm sure. All right. Probably do need these still. Probably don't need this or these. We probably do need... I knew it. I knew wherever we put the scaffolding, I was going to lose it. Is it here? Have I been looking at? Yeah, here we go. That, we don't need this nether quartz at the moment, but I should hang on to that somewhere too. Probably should have left it where it was. Still don't think I have any signs, right? I think this will make enough, though. Nope. Alright, signs. GOA. Got our bucket of water. We need dirt. We won't be doing all of this at once, but probably get some of that on. In fact, I know I'll get some of that on the way down. Alright, let's go. Did I grab my bed? I did. Let's go check this out. Boat's over here. Let's grab the boat. So the good news is when we're downstairs, at least it's all level, so I can just bunny hop like this all the way without any catching a dirt block, losing momentum. But it's just a straight, boring hallway, right? So we'll go around the farm, dig out the hole. See what we're in for digging out the hole. I did not really bring any kind of a fill block. I wonder what we have up at the farmhouse build site. Do we have any supplies there? If we get down to the bottom, we can use deep slate. Ooh. Alright, this will work. Probably don't need too much of that. That'll probably become troublesome, but all good for now. So, first thing here, extra torches. Because I would like to keep the top of this thing kind of safe until I get some kind of a structure built around it. That should be plenty. And I think we're going to orient. Think we're going to orient this way. Yeah, that seems good. And so here's the plan. Don't do that. Ah. This is kind of awful. Is that just a miss? I guess so. Ah! This is not going. Usually I do 2 if I'm digging a hole, but I want to be safe from. Dang it. Dang it. The good news is we are still in possession of our respiration helmet. Oh, crap. Oh, not good. What did I just do? That one. Holy smokes. I think this is the safer way to do this. So there. Go on. I do that. Love Respiration 3, by the way. This is strong advertisement. Okay. pretty easy, actually. We're pretty done. Okay. Now... fill out those, and then I think it's easier to go up. And then, because we know we put these here, just go right back down again. All right, after all that swimming. Hey, Random Plays. How's it going, buddy? Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is single player. This is single player hardcore vanilla. How you doing? Welcome and hanging out. We're just setting up a water elevator to get us down and back to our first nether portal in this world. So, good things. Make yourself comfy, grab a snack maybe, and sit back and watch some of the fun. Well, hey, got here. Now we are going to be potentially dropping through layers of the mine as well. And that could make things a little bit exciting down here. Or a cave, perhaps. Down, down, down we go. Till we hit gravel. Alright, there's our sound effect from being in range. Oh. Okay, this looks like a drop, but compared to what it could have been, that was pretty decent. We don't want to lose our spot. And I'm not too worried about exploring since this appears to have a pretty good cave system because we'll be excavating quite a bit down here, and as we work that mine and everything, we'll probably come back up and catch this. So all we really want to do from here is, just like in the water, seal this off. If I could line up the blocks. And boom, 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 boom. Try to get back to that same pattern. A little more sealing to do here. think I saw the block there and thought, there we go. I bet this is it. All right. So, from here, for one thing, I'd kind of like to sleep. But let's go. Yeah, I kind of botched this. I should have gone one more back from where our hallway was, so I could have um, put the gateway out. So it's going to stick out a little bit. Long term, it won't matter because everything this way and out is going to be a massive room. We're gonna excavate everything, and it will be crazy. But until we get to that point, it might look a little weird. So for now, all we want to do, let's move that. We need to get stone. Let's use that instead of the rest. These two are going to be dirt. I didn't get any dirt. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh my gosh. Because my inventory was probably full. I don't think I have any dirt over at the zombie spawner either. So that was stupid. But all is well that ends well. Let's get partial stack of cobble out of the way. I got my bed back. All right, so these two are going to be okay. We'll have to go back around, and I really don't care about the inside of my elevator shaft, so now we just have to make real sure we don't fall down one of these holes yet. Oh, I could have, nah, well, if I put the signs in, then I could have just dumped the buckets. If I do that now, it's still okay, but they're going to flow all over the place, knock down my torches and everything. Still may be worth it. Through the flooded area. Oh, I'm so happy to have respiration for those flooded caves and all the wet stuff. One, two, three, and then here, we'll put down a guy. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. Damn piece. No, what? Okay, that's better. I guess it's a temporary move, right? We are just trying to go over and get dirt. We only need 2. All right, while we're up here, guessing that's probably 4 stacks worth, right? Then some. We won't even need that many, but almost got me, buddy. Keep coming. You're trying really hard. I can't believe I'm still picking these up. I would have sworn. That was plenty, but guess not. All right, now we're full. See you, Drown. Have fun with all the kelp. So here we go. We are now. No! You are not welcome here, sir. Not inside the fence. I don't have a boat. I already have a boat issue there. Okay, so here's the deal. We go down here with our Res 3. We should have no problem making it all the way to the bottom. That's a little... Oh, how did that... Okay, well, that's awesome. We didn't flood ourselves out. So let's do these next. Signs, because as soon as we put in the dirt, those will spill all over the place. So now the water is stopped. Dirt can go in. This feels dark and cramped. Okay, so we now go up with kelp. All right, and then got it all the way. Uh, really matter too much. We'll just... The only real drawback here is we're going to have to reload the stack twice. But we got plenty of air, and it's not even a full 2 stacks, which is what we do for the darkroom spawner elevator, so... Oh, and it gave me a full stack, not the partial. Cool. Alright, so now we have 2 water columns that are source blocks top to bottom. Yay! Now, if we can get in the hole, we go all the way back down again. And I don't know if that drowned is in that flooded cave. We certainly haven't encountered it. Alright, so all those go away, and then let's make... Should this be our down? And you'll see the water and the bubbles start to come down. And then here... we put our up. And I think we'll do better. Go away. We'll do better putting stuff away upstairs where we have a couple of overflow chests at least. I've still got that boat situation to deal with. Oh, and almost sleepy time. Not quite yet. I don't even know. It's just such a mess. Coffee. After that, we are at about our halfway mark. All right. Colossal mess. What do we do with all this nonsense? We can put that in there. Actually, these are now lit, and I'm at least reasonably confident that we have a secure portal back in the nether. So I don't think we need to worry too much about gas blowing those up. It would probably be good to make an emergency chest that if it broke, we could leave one. We could use that portal chest, but probably bring one over. But that gives us a little bit more wiggle room. Oh, this is just such an annoying... Give me the axe, game. Oh, now... Okay, I did get it at least. Let's go over here. Let's drop off a bunch of these stacks of stone and cobble and all that. Then we'll go back and gather up all the other stuff from the bees, or that the bee made me drop, including probably the telescope spyglass. Troy, thinking of you, buddy. Hope your weekend's going well. All right, cobble away. And this was dirt, so let's do gravel into there as well. I don't think we'll be needing that. And That's pretty much trash as well. Now, let's grab one extra of these. Because it is going... Oh, actually, I need them both. These will hopefully save us from the trader destroying our farm. If he hasn't already. Where'd he go? Did he despawn? I see a lot of bees. Alright, well let's... These are emergency boats. Because if wandering traders spawn inside this area, here's what happens. Wandering trader's doing his thing. He hops up on top of here, and then he steps off all over the place, and he drags his llamas with him, and they kill all the plants by turning the irrigated squares just back into dirt, and then you lose the plant. So we don't want that. All right, we got our bubble elevators. We have some stone. Do we just want to use stone for the... I mean, like, elevators themselves are usually... built, I guess, more accurately of concrete than stone, but they're usually pretty substantial. Alright, we'll build this into like some kind of a little hut, but here's our deal, and then I think this is down, and this is up. No writing is going to show up on the dark sign. So maybe we can do this as a little code, right? Down, up, torch. And then let's see if I coded them right. Whee! And for anybody who hasn't used them before, the bubble elevators are pretty handy in that we're riding in a bubble column, so we have oxygen the whole time. So if you don't have respiration 3 to start, be very careful if you try to do one of this kind of length if you've got no oxygen whatsoever. Supplement a water breathing potion, which are now much more readily found in the ship treasures. If I didn't have Res 3, I'd be hanging on to a couple of those to make my bubble elevators. I feel they're that important. Okay, since we're here and since it's ready, let's get sugarcane while we're picking up the boat. And what I think we're going to do, since we're over 2 hours into our 4-hour stream, I'm going to kick things over to the, well, we're going to kind of ready ourselves again. And then I'm going to take things back over to the zombie farm and take a little break in the middle of the stream here. Few minutes, I'll just let that zombie farm load up a little bit. We'll get a bit more XP, see where that leaves us. If, and it's a big if, we can pop 10 more levels, I'd love to try to roll for a flame. That would be Pretty good stuff. But we might do that at the end of the episode. I don't think it's going to prevent us from going and being successful in the Nether, and we want to try to explore down there. So we shall see. If we can find a fortress, right? That's kind of the goal. But I would definitely like to. Nope. The bees taught us nothing. Park the boat inside. We did get our spyglass back. So into here now goes. What happened to the crafting table? Did I miss it? It's not the biggest loss, but something to be aware of. Alright, hopefully our cartography buddy is not stuck in another cave. Oh, I haven't made this into paper yet. And of course there's no crafting table there. We gotta go back over to the enchanting hut. Hut, hut. Alright. Cartography buddy. Is that you? No. Here you are. You went back inside your house. Sopho's up to no good in there. So this isn't going to do much for us. If we really wanted to, we'd turn all the farms and do that. But we've done that quite a bit. Taking a break from farming a bit. But the sugarcane was too much to ask. And hey, we're into our 21st level now. So that's a good thing. Emeralds back over here. Little villagers. Oh, this is so good. I'm so happy that we have the bubble column elevators done. All right, we don't need this. We I know it's almost sleepy time. That can go back there. We should do this, and we should do this. Like I said, emergency supplies, right? If a ghast comes by and puts out our portal, we'll wait or deal with the piglins or whatever, and then open it to get it relit and get back home again. And the deep slate. Oh, this is new deep slate too. So be aware, deep slate, cobble deep slate. That is a huge difference. I think it's the deep slate that does have or maybe it's just the tiles that have the positional angle that if you're facing one way versus another and you put the block down, it will change the pattern. So those of you guys that tend to get a bit put off when you find that stuff out after the fact, be aware. All right, let's pretend like we're going right through to the Nether. So we're going to want that now. I think for this first visit, at least to start, I don't even think I want that partial. I think I'm going to take a full 2 stacks of cobble, and we'll know that we're going to get a ton of nether. We don't need this extra stack of arrows we determined, right? So we only need one of those. And we talked about making a spare bed. Got some black wool, got some gray. Let's go gray. Nope, that's not where I need to be. So we're going to keep our red bed for traveling and carrying around with us and all that. But here, I'm going to put up a last ditch bed. I should probably leave another down by the portal, so when we go down the elevator, we can just try to sleep before we come up to the surface, right? So, one more of these. Sorry for the delay. There, 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 there. All right, we'll leave that by the portal so we can come back through to the overworld, go to sleep if it's nighttime, and then go up the bubble column and be right back at the farm. We're going to hopefully go find a fortress, but I don't think there's any extra special stuff that we need to take with us, right? Honestly, we really don't even need to take this, but until we can get some blaze powder and make some ender chests, we're kind of stuck lugging it around with us, right? So there's that. All right, we put these in. We've got some extra here, either for crossing lava or whatever, until we get some netherrack. I think we're good. Let's go get down to the zombies. Like I said, I'll step away for just a few minutes, let that fill up a little bit, see if we can jumpstart our XP and get some more in the nether, right? And eventually we want to put a bubble column over here as well, because this walk is beginning to kill me. But I know if we were to do it right at the farm, we're going to be up in the middle of all this open space, so it's really going to be more of a build project than anything. And while it may kind of get lucky and come through this column a little bit, it's not one I'm extra looking forward to. We got really lucky on the farm one, that we caught one little cave right down near the bottom, and then that flooded one that fortunately we had the respiration to deal with. Pants are still in pretty good shape. That was the other thing I needed to look at. All right. I think I'll leave you with the sweet sounds of mobs, where you can just listen and come on back when you hear that I'm moving around again, or when you start to hear them mashing. But we've been going 2 hours 25 minutes, so I'll try to get back here in 5 or less. Talk to you in a minute. All right, right on time. We're back. Hope everybody had a good chance to get up, move the body a little bit, shake the limbs a little bit, get some good blood flow going, maybe refresh a drink. I know I got my second cup of coffee here, so let's do something about this racket, right? All right, so not to level 30. I didn't really expect that, but we did okay for ourselves. Up to level 25. That's a good 4-level jump. And from here, we're going to leave this bed so we don't have any accidental sleepings. And I don't know. Seems like every time we go through here, I find these spots that are like, did I really leave this dark of spots? Or are we losing torches along the way? Maybe it's just like relative to the other areas, they're darker, but you'd think that having gone up and down here this many times, we would have got most of this. I realize now I am carrying the water bucket. Oh well. We just won't use it while we're down there. Alright, now this is where we'll leave this bed, I think, for now. Alright, a little hungry. Let's eat up. And away we go. Alright, so fairly safe portal. I think it only makes sense for us to explore the land we can reach first and see if we just can move on out from here. And we are gonna wholeheartedly take all the nether quartz we can conveniently grab. Notice I said conveniently, because there's plenty that is not so convenient. That's a pretty good landmark anyway, right? This was our portal. Can we get back beyond? Alright, Gasty. We all know you're out there. And traps. I did not put down... Looking at that chest. I did not put down the emergency box. Where are you, doofus? Yes, I called the ghast a doofus. Oh. I really don't want to work on this with a ghast floating around. Alright, well, that ended up being pretty easy, actually. Anything? I did not bring along the SB glass. SB scope, right? That's what it was. This all looks trappy, doesn't it? Anybody else here think that looks too good to be true? Basalt, basalt delta over there. Imagine pretty quickly here we'll be due for a nice lava flow to open up. See how quick my fingers are to block those out. So the delta, here we are. Now, can I get up this way? Is there anything to get up to up here? This looks significant. So we can come back over this way, but no real punch through there. Get some nether gold while we're alone out here. Ghastly poo. Ooh. um. all that goes back over to... Yeah, there's a little portal. So I don't think it's worth putting a whole lot of time into like bridging over to that part. If we're going to be... See me start to slide off that edge. Yikes. Still no tears. But now we can play with all the lava slime we want. Oh, excuse me, sir. Why don't you just push your way in there? So toxic. Yes, you. Like that little flash through of lava. Not smooth, but regular basalt. There's our wonderful lava slime buddies. Okay. Very much not excited about the prospect of lava slimes jumping on my head. But would... That... Is this just crazy suicidal? What? They haven't come after me yet. I don't even really want to be in here, but I'd kind of like to map out what... From that high vantage, can we see... Oh man, it's so scary. Fortress or anything. And I'm sure a lot of you guys are snickering going, hey, look at him, he's being all, just go, man. No. No. I refuse because we're going to try not to lose this world. Believe it or not. Our number one priority here is don't die. Basalt Delta can be sneaky deadly. Before you know what hit you, you can be getting dead. And we don't want that because these guys can hit like a truck. They don't care about light. They'll just spawn. And they are nasty. But what I'm kind of seeing here is that this is not just a little edge. Why won't he come down here so I can kill him where I'm safe? The rest of you guys want to come over here? Got something to say? You're kind of slow. What's up, guys? What I don't want is for them to push me. Oh, man. That was all my basalt. So what I was trying to say is I don't think there's a lot of reason for us to keep pushing here, right? We can probably move much more quickly in other biomes. And sadly, it looks like this one pushes at least in that direction as well as that direction. So that means that my... Did I get any? I got one magma cream. Let's get a few of those. What am I trying to say? If we go here, I really wish I had more blocks. Come on, don't. Now, I guess one thing I can do is here, I can more readily use netherrack, right? Because it is not going to be as low unless a ghast like wanders in here. They're not going to be in this area. Okay. I gotta watch these ledge overhangs. Torches aren't really gonna show up here very well. But if I can just get across all this, then we're kind of back in business, right? Maybe. here. Whole new bunch of enemies. Um, that's scary. So this doesn't seem real pleasant. Got good chance of lava lakes overhead. But on the other hand, we also have a chance to grab some basalt again. Just get us to the other side, please, and thank you. I was almost certain that was going to be lava. Not only can we hear it, but it's kind of everywhere. Kind of the deal here. Now, we don't know. Oh, that was not my intent, but whatever. Most likely not going to be running into too many things that want to blow us up or blow up our blocks up here. Definitely things that can burn us or jump on us. any end in sight? Yes. Okay. Down one. Always in the nether. Now, before we get too far there, switch back to basalt, because as we come out of this biome, we would be more vulnerable to ghasts again, right? So woo, 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 woo. Okay. So this is all pretty good. It's less so. I don't know where he went. But I think as long as some of these right at the end are covered, should be all right. We got some bones. We got a lot of sand and soil. Bastion. Alright, well, that's not a fortress, but as you can see, there's some treasure to be had right close to home here. I think I need to make this much more readily apparent. This is our way home. We don't want to lose that. I do not think we are ready at all. even with the lure of lots of gold. And I think that is just some glow blocks back there. But that's awesome to have on the radar. I guess we can note it, or we can just trust ourselves to get back to the road. Probably should note it, because it's going to be a minute before we want to take on a bastion. Alright, hit a save on that. Hi. Kinda in the way. Do. Oh boy, have we played this game before. All you fans of the toe, right? It was toe, where we had so many. Basically, our first nether spawn was in a basalt delta, so all of our portal area under our base, or connected to our base, was right there. And we had lava, magma cubes everywhere. I call them lava slimes. It was boom. It was great. You know, at times we could use that as a full-on XP farm, and I did. I rotated through various senses of getting fed up with it, but it was really between that and the ghast farm that we did a lot of our XP gathering. I'm okay with spending some cobble there. Alright, then we got this that definitely needs some improvement. Because, as I said, hey, look at that, looks like a trap. guys may like to poke your fun, but it's a real deal. Alright. Basically back to within sight of home here, which is okay, but I think we're still doing alright here. Gotta watch out that the floor under these isn't just gone. Careful, 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 careful. But if you can get them, reward is quite nice. And then we'll just cover that up. Oh. Alright, now filling up a little bit. I should be careful of this gold, I think. Alright, now we're talking. This seems a bit sketchy. But I think it's where we want to be. Okay. I would really prefer to not go through all the soul sand. Alright. This gets a special marker. It's just sand pillar. Lots of quartz to be had. It's quartz, lots of gold. I don't see anybody looking. Somewhere we're going to let loose a flood of lava, too. It's coming at some point. You spend enough time on the nether, you're going to do it. This seems likely. No witnesses. Good, right? Still not totally full. And a few things we could ditch. Oh, wait, what did I... Did I just switch anything? Yeah. Okay. Good. Nope. Out of the hole. Hey, look at that. We can see our steps from here. So even if we don't find a fortress on this particular trip, which I still have some decent confidence in, but even if we don't, we should come back with plenty of XP so we can do some more enchanting, thanks to all of this wonderful quartz. Not to mention the gold. Gold's always nice. Oh. But I also don't want to spend too much time dumping stuff. So let's go homeward. Drop off. Well, we'll probably go all the way back and empty the inventory. No! No, where are you? Alright, listen, dude. What? You just take 2 pop shots at me and disappear? Is that how this is gonna be? Also, can I just come down this way? That was easy. Oh, yeah, this is gonna be simple. And I think we built up this. Alright, so any piglins out on our little island here? I don't see any. So this little bit of a risk, right? You do this in front of piglins, they're going to go aggro on you. That's our, in case of emergency, break glass kind of deal, right? If a ghast somehow gets a lucky shot, breaks our portal, we can relight it from there. And then, by design, we can check for sleep. Alright, now... I think we go back here first. For one thing, we don't have the boat, any of the boats, other than the ones we left in the chest at the farm. So we pop up there. Okay, what are you gonna do now? We'll come down here. We'll hang out at the zombie farm. We'll take a look at what we've got in our inventory. Maybe use some of the chests that we already have down here. Ooh, for quick bit of storage. And then we can do all of the mining of the quartz with the fortune pick while we wait for zombies to spawn, right? Seem pretty good. So we will finally have a good occupying activity to do while we're waiting. Alright, so let's do all this stuff, not you. 'Cause tough and gravel go here. And then these two can go here. So far, no zombies. Are these both at 25? Yeah, so remember on nether gold ore, just say this one, I'll probably say it every time. With regular gold ore here in the overworld, you hit it with a fortune pick, you're going to get the little things of gold ingot here. In fact, I can show you guys. So you know what I'm talking about. You get the pieces of gold ore, the lumps of gold ore, just like... So pretend this is gold, right? So we get an iron ore block. We put it down here. We hit it with the fortune pick. Which, by the way, let's fix this first. We hit it, and we get one piece of raw iron, right? We could get more, but we didn't. So that's raw iron, right? And you can get raw gold from gold ore. But if you put one of these down and you hit it with the fortune pick, you're going to get gold nuggets. In this case, we got 12 of them. Well, that's decent, and that actually is pretty good. They may have changed this. Let's keep testing a little bit. 12. Ignore everything I've ever said. At some point, that got changed. Holy smokes. We got 12 and 12. We were up to 24. I put down one block. We just got 24 gold nuggets out of one of those nether blocks. That is insane. So my old deal was, even with the fortune pick, you would get a range of gold nuggets, and that range was up to and sometimes just above 9, but a lot of times it was under it. And so breaking the gold, the nether gold things wasn't going to yield as much gold bars as just cooking them, right? Over the average was less than 9, and so you were better off just getting 43 gold ingots. But 48 divided by 9 is already more than 4, right? That would be 36. So we're already gaining additional bars. Now, I don't know, we may still strike out at some points, but let's do this. So I'm going to set these aside. We're going to do a little mathing here, right? So we're not even going to worry. We're just going to put them all down, break them all, gather up the result, and then we'll get a total and we'll divide by 9 to see how many out of 43 how many fewer or more we get. This is a good little bit of science, and we're getting some XP here. Which is good, I guess, because we're not getting it from cooking. So remember, 43 is our magic number. also we need to fill in that hole. Okay, so now we've got calculator time. $39. 359 divided by 9. 39.88888889. So actually it balanced back out, and my claim still holds. We got fewer than a piece of iron ore over a pretty big sample. So I guess it's one of those things to look at, but again, 5 times 64 plus 39 divided by 9, and we were looking for that number to be greater or less than 43, and it was 39.8. So it's close. If you want to do it, go for it. I think, knowing that, I will likely go back to my good old tried and true method. Just cook the blocks when we do get those. The trade-off, I guess, and this is of value, especially for us right now, we didn't use any coal to cook all those. So we come out a little bit shorter on gold, but we... It's funny with those first two, those first three, so we had 46 total blocks, and we brought that up to just 1 short with 2 leftovers. So it's pretty close. And then again, just thinking of that, we didn't have to use any coal to cook it. So for us right now, that's a pretty good deal. I hear our friends roaring down here, so let's get... I don't think that matters a whole lot right now. Used to matter. Mainly matters if you're trying to repair other tools, but I think everything else is pretty good. Hey, we even got a gold shirt here. Rid of that. Alright, we do need a block. We do not need 17 pieces of... It's tough as ridiculous. So tough. Fill in that little hole. Okay, so now while they're going, this is where hopefully we already got up to level 27. I don't know how much of that was in the nether. Probably not too much. We killed like a ghast and a skelly. 1 ghast that we actually got XP from. We may have shot a couple more. But... So I talked about using the big row there, and normally I'd be down, but I think that takes us out of range of the spawner. So we'll just keep going here. Do I want to top this off? I guess I do. Shouldn't take too much here. There we go. And like I said, now that shouldn't worry us because the game will no longer try to apply XP to stuff that's fully charged. It used to be you had to take off your armor, your good armor, anything that had mending on it, because you'd keep getting more XP applied to it every time you went. So you either had to make a different set of armor for processing, for running your farms or whatever, and they finally fixed that, which was really good. I didn't like losing the levels, so I honestly would sometimes opt away. It was before I really understood the full bounty that was mending and having an XP source, you know, a farm or something like that. So if you're out running around in the world trying to rely on mobs and all that for XP, you didn't want to have different sets. That seemed to kind of defeat the purpose. All right, there's our level 30. We're not even close to done yet, and we've got more zombies spawning. So this is just the way we want them. We want to get, ideally, fire prot on our pants. That's number one enchanting goal that remains. But two, we want to enchant up our diamond helmet. We currently don't have anything on it because this one is what we want to wear in the nether. But for not in the nether, the end or fighting a wither or anything like that, we want to have the extra protection of a full diamond helmet, not just a gold helmet. And not to mention getting netherite on there. So a little bit of work to do there. Maybe do another of these batches and then go clear the zombies again. Sound good? Yeah, obviously I want to get us to a fortress, but we'll see. Shouldn't take us too much longer to clear this. Finish out the rest of that's a stack and 3 of the nether quartz that are left. Finish the zombies again. And yeah, I'm sorry for the noise here, but it's quicker just to deal with it. And our sword is way ahead of the XP now, so now we just sit. We won't necessarily worry about getting up to level 50 anymore. We've got enough of the extra stuff in books that I'm not real worried about. The multiple enchants, if we saw a smite or sharp 5 by chance, then I probably would hold off to actually apply the enchant until we got up to 50, because those swords, it's so important to get a few enchantments if you can early. But that being said, we can probably get stuff to help our picks, start up another bow, look for a fire res, not to mention, I don't think I'm going to do it today, but probably tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll probably get a little bit more farm harvesting done, and re-roll those 3 librarians to see if we can get Silk Touch, right? Or 2 now, because we used 1 for feather falling. Alright, well there's our collection. Now we can make blocks of nether quartz. It's not a measurement of milk. We don't need the potato. I think we want to bring... Oh, we can do these guys too, since we're gathering up our XP. What the heck are we going to do with quartz now? All my nether stuff is all over the place. So tomorrow, depending on what I'm itching for and all that, we may start working on clearing out below the elevators too. Kind of feel like that would be a good deal. Alright, we can store those. I'm not too worried about taking them upstairs. One more batch here. And I guess we should clean all these. So, that will probably put us back into some more zombies. Here, potatoes, iron, carrots, carrot. Here. Some good pants. We've got a piece each of our various outfits, so that's good. Only the boots on the chain are done. Only the boots on the leather are missing. And again, I get it. We can make those if we want to, but we're trying to get full sets from our zombies. Why are you not going? Oh, I need that, that. Very careful. Don't want to mess this one up. Alright. All good there. Next up, you go away. Why are you in here? You go in there. Alright. Gold is good. Our bed is upstairs. I don't need that. Someday we'll combine that. Chop, chop. Don't drop your stuff by me. I want it to go in the boxes. I just want your XP. Alright. Big climb. So stuff we certainly need to keep working on hunting for our nether fortress to get brewing set up, to get ender chests going, wither skull farms, all that stuff, right? But we also want to look at bubble column elevator over on this side, so I don't have to do all this. Clearing out that base area, the librarians, and getting silk touch, so we have a slew of picks we can just go expeditioning with. We need to get coal again, right? So lots and lots to do. And up here somewhere we have bed. Saying that to remind myself to try to sleep in it. Missed it. Okay. I guess we worked through the night one more time. All right. We are up. Let's put this gold away. Look at all that. We need to go apple picking. How often is that a top priority in Minecraft? Alright, let's get all of you sorted. Don't need to carry around extra arrow. I do need bed, is what I was going for. Um, and of course, that's gonna start to eat up our inventory too. So that's why we need to start working at the bottom under the farm over there. Start clearing out space where we can start putting up bigger storage in categories and all that kind of stuff. Now it is time for sleeping. So go check out the enchanting, right? Boing, boing, boing. All right. Bow. We already have another hoe. We've got a shovel. We need books. We need... Oh, we need to bring over more lapis. We can make more stuff. I did not bring my helmet, and you know what? We'll just keep pants and helmet here. Unused and ready. Right? We should also make another sword because we want lots of sword goodies. All right. Flame bow. Pretty nice if we're fighting the dragon. Not our fire prot. Not our hat. Every time, it's so. I was just sitting here thinking. All right, so what I need to make clear is if it's anything but fire prot early on, we don't want to take it lightly, right? Because if we do, we waste 3 levels, and we'd be better off rolling the books to only burn a single level at a time. It gives us 7 looks or 8 instead of. So I'm not even going to worry about it. We think this is probably too expensive anyway. So I'm going to do just that. Again, what I'm doing, some of these things look pretty good. Fire aspect would be fun to try to put on here, assuming we didn't get anything else. Flame on the bow would be good. The armor enchantments weren't real great. I guess. Yeah, we don't need that. So the better move here is only burn a level until we know, and we'll prot 3. Oh, res 3 on the diamond helmet. No, I'm gonna stick to my word. This one, we're just looking for the top tier stuff. Silk Touch there. Again, I think no. I think we want to keep rolling for fire. It may end up in hindsight being a prot 4. So we could put that on the helmet. That actually might be because that keeps us alive in the overworld, right? We can use books to get our respiration, our aqua affinity, all the other good helmety stuff, right? But we'll have the base level protection, and it matches the gold helmet, so all we're doing is flat up upgrading off the diamond. But before we do anything too crazy, maybe I'd already looked at that. All right, let's do this so we get a win of some kind. Hey, and look at that, we don't even have to use an unbreaking book. So that's pretty good. Throw mending on there and start accumulating books with the special helmet enchants, right? To stack those up and make it a better deal. Again, respiration, aqua affinity. I think those are the two we care about, right? All right. Well, that limits our chances now. It really wants me to have a flame bow. Smite 4. I don't know if we can get. I think it's rare, but I think you can get fives. I don't care about an infinity book too badly. Our bow is still doing very well, and will eventually need to be replaced. But by that point, hopefully, we got a whole bunch of villager librarians with all the various, even partially needed stuff. But hopefully, all the bow enchants, right? So power, flame, infinity, punch, right? And then we can just build our bows because they will be our consuming piece. They're the only thing that won't have mending on it. Um, so yeah, come on, pants. Fire 3. Um, let's take it, right? Unlike the other stuff, the pants are not going to be too expensive to stack on another Fire Prot 3 or even a 4 if we got it on a book. We can just throw that over the top because Unbreaking 3 and Mending aren't going to take that much, and there's no special pants enchants, right? There's no feather falling or anything like that. I guess you technically could put thorns on them, but I don't want that. So, we got what we wanted. So now we're going to spend the rest of our levels going. Well, first of all, before we have any books we care about, clean those. Make sure we didn't get any XP stuck. So we need one unbreaking. And we need 2 mending. Each one stack will get us because they're only 20. Hello, my mending friend. All right, let me know in the comments if you have any questions about what I'm thinking, what I'm doing here. Please let me know because I think enchanting in Minecraft is one of the most fun things to do. It's kind of one of those deals. Once you have all your gear and have all your enchanting done, you kind of lose a little bit of that. So, um, now the question is, what do we want to wear here? The easy answer is 100% we want to wear these pants now, right? Because they're going to heal up and keep us going. We will be on the lookout for another Fire Prot 3. In fact, well, I guess we could keep these pants because they don't need to be full strength. We'll put the sword and the bow and the emeralds and the books away and the lapis. And yeah, now until we get our ender chest, we're kind of stuck here, right? Where do I leave all the junk? Um, Also, where did I put the boat? Excuse me, friend. So you go there. You're gonna go away. Come with me now. Because there's no way we make it all the way back over. helmet, just like the pants, we can roll on those. If I get a Res 3 or Aqua Affinity or anything else I want to put on there, just like the Fire Prot 3, it won't hurt us that these are worn down. It'll just transfer over the enchantment. And I think we parked the boat here. This would be the other solution of where to leave that diamond helmet, but I think we're good from there. Oh, no, I want those, right? Those are the ones that I'm carrying with. We don't really need the bed once we get there. All right, now you out. Boom, boom. Me back in. Hello, Mr. Squid. So the question here is, do we leave the bed and the bucket in the boat chest? Maybe. I guess we'll park over here now. This bee is so troublesome. All right. I forgot to put this stuff in the boat after I talked about it. Don't need those two things. I'm a little short of blocks, but that's all right. We've got an exploration path pretty well set up for ourselves, right? So let's go down. Water elevators are a good place to have sips of beverages. Odds are you're not going to take any damage. And also, you can go a little faster on the way down with a shift and on the way up with a space, but okay. That went here. All right, so this feels much, much better. We have pants we're not going to be wearing out necessarily. I know that's in there, but whatever. And they give us a little, well, they give us quite a bit, right? But they're slightly short of max fire prot, but that's still a good place to be living when you're in the nether. Because if we get knocked into the lava, at least with golden apples and stuff like that and a little bit of fire prot, we can hang out more or less safely. Dude. Don't like the soul sand. All right, we... Is all this... Oh, that's right. The gas did come up and start shooting at us the last time around, didn't it? Okay, what... is our next direction? go out, blue fire. At least we have that flame protection. Alright, let's, looks like a place I've been before. Nope. Yep. Oh, nose itch. Woo! Savage nose itchy. Oh. It's so not cool. This looks like a large amount of suck. Okay. Now, see you hole. I almost didn't see you hole. Yikes. And was that lava? Dribbling? Yep. Oh, it's up above. So that didn't really do anything. I needed to go up higher. At least it's, less likely to accidentally break. Come on, show me. Oh. I got it. And it didn't even burn up our torch. Awesome. Thank you, lava. Well, now we're coming back to the sand again. Soil, whatever. I'm dodging. Oh, look at how short that shot was. This is the bit I absolutely hate. Do we... And I guess I just need to deal with it so that we can go look. I don't even know, can a fortress spawn in Soul Sand? That's a lot of it. I think we can go this way. Maybe not, though. So every hole looks terrifying now. Like this hole. Oh, not as terrifying as it maybe could have been. Can I... Like, look at this. This looks like Swiss cheese stuff. What the heck's going on here? Oh. Now, I don't know if... any of that matters too much, but I'd like to get... Oh, you're within inches of... You... That looks dangerous. Some gold down there. We're really not getting much in the way of blocks out of this area, which is okay, but it's going to be a problem when we're trying to bridge. Probably have some netherrack, right? Yeah, got a lot of that. I keep seeing this. I keep wondering if this is like a netherrack transition. Out and away from... We got pretty good torches there. Haven't looked at direction at all. Doesn't tend to be real good for me. Now this is one of those potentially stupid things, or at least just risky. About the only drawback of efficiency is here, that you just fly along, right? And if you fall, you go. It's why I make all my portal connections at the level of the lava sea instead of up at the top, where a lot of streamers love to make them. The reason? Because if I'm cruising along at full tilt, swinging my pick, and all of a sudden I drop, I don't fall at all. I'm just in the lava, right? And as long as you have some fire prop, you get out, you wait for the flames to go up, maybe you have a piece of food, go, whoo, that was fun, and move on about your life. If you're at the top and you go through a hole, depending on where you land, you're dead, right? You hit a solid block at the bottom. Best case, you drop straight to the lava, and then you have to swim to a shore, whatever, eating as you go. And that can be a big problem. So I don't like being way, way up high. Excuse me. Not to mention, all the stuff that you want to get to, the fortress and the bastion and all that, they all go down to the bottom. They don't go up to the ceiling. The only thing that's convenient and accessible at the ceiling isn't really supposed to be accessible, and that's the nether roof, right? I don't go up there. You can. I'm not trying to claim some kind of artificial Minecraft high ground or something like that, but it, if you haven't noticed from my style of play, or just from all the way that I approach worlds, that is not my style of play. How about that? And I'm not gonna just go up there to get away from mobs and then play hardcore, right? It's like going into creative mode. Why not just use the game mode suited for that instead of, oh hey, look at me, I'm gonna flex that I was in hardcore, but I also went and accessed a space that wasn't really designed to be a part of the gameplay, right? They allow it. They know you'd have raging adolescence if you didn't make an allowance for it. So why fight? It's kind of, all right, we'll just keep it in there. And I get it. That's why I have no issue with people who want to play that way doing so, right? It's Minecraft. It's a sandbox. The only way to mess it up is to not play at all. But just for me, that's not something I'm looking at doing. As most people easily can understand and be cool with. Some people rage, freak out. What do you mean you're not going on top of the nether to make machines and speed this up? Well, insert many, many, many videos worth of comments, wherever you like. Alright, we were going this way and aimed towards this lava fall. What I don't want to do is circle back into more of the soul sand. We just got out of that. It is so nice to be another bastion. That's good, but not exactly helpful. Troy! Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? No worries, I started early today, so here we are in the nether. I'm glad you joined me. Oh, what? I just had weird stuff. I had my PS4 it went to sleep. Wake up. I had enough power in the controller to get it back. What's up, dude? Why is... There's Troy. I'm just updating my stream manager, so... Hope you can hear me. What the... Wake up, PS4? Oh, maybe it was going to sleep. Come on. Oh, this is not... All right, hang on a second. Troy, you're joining me at typical best. Hang on a second. I gotta get a new controller. Wake up so I can see your messages in the chat. How you doing, man? I hope your weekend's been good. I figured you were out doing exciting stuff, which is awesome. I actually got an early start on my stream so that I could have my afternoon, and it might rain, but that's all right. All right, PlayStation rebooting. I totally ignored 10 minutes of the PlayStation is about to turn off. All right, now, is it live? Come on. Well, I know school's a bummer, but hey, we're trying to have some fun here in Minecraft, and don't you worry, man. We'll maybe get some evening or afternoon streams going when the school year starts off for real. If they are daytimes, there's always VODs and all that. But dude, you're awesome, and I know school will you get into a routine. We'll figure that out too over around here, but yeah. We'll see what's going on, but yeah, I squeezed the last little bits out of summer, right? Enjoy. Hey, I got exciting news for you. My freezer has a big old bag of pizza rolls. That's right. I stocked up. I haven't touched them yet because again, oven. Kind of waiting for some cooler days, but today may be one of those. I may have a pizza roll report for you coming up sometime this week. So yeah, man. I was like, you know what I'm gonna get? I did not get any like cereal or anything like that, but I did get a bag of pizza rolls, so I've got those ready for the fall. So exciting! Oh, come on, dude! Now we got another lava slime. I don't really like being on top of this bastion, but I wanted to take care of that ghast. Alright. Ooh, look at how big this is. So, bastions. Definitely not quite ready for bastions yet. Not the fortress we were looking for. When you showed up, I was going to grab these coordinates. That's what I was going to do. So let's get, this probably will put us in here. F3, escape, notepad. Oh yeah, I wanted to save them. What the? File, save. All right, now, second bastion. Number 2 is at 595 and 97. Save again. Awesome. All right, we got that. When we are more well equipped, we will come back. I don't know if you had any chance. Yeah, right. Pizza rolls. So I don't know if you had any chance to catch up on any of the VODs or anything. Yesterday was kind of quiet and chill. We were mainly trying to get zombie XP, and so it ended up being a lot of just digging under the base. But we ultimately just today we built another helmet that it doesn't have any of the diving stuff, but it does have prot 4 on breaking and mending. So we've got that for the overworld. And we made Fire Prot 3 pants. We'd like to boost that up a little bit at some point, but I feel a little better in the nether. We upgraded our sword a little bit, upgraded our bow, and have both a Silk Touch and a Fortune Axe now. So got some enchants working, kind of cautiously working our way through the nether here, but no luck yet on the old fortress hunt. And that's what we're really looking to see. Eeny, meeny. Here we go. So you got some weekend shopping done, huh, bud? Well, I hope hope that's a consolation for going back to school, right? We also had a visit yesterday, a brief one, from Berger. Got to say hi, dropped by quick, asked what happened to the world. I was like, you haven't been around for a minute, have you? That world was gone a long time ago. But it was good to see Berger hanging out. All right. Ooh. Had a random gamer or something, random games, dropped by the chat today. Only asked, "Hey, is this single player?" And whether or not he stuck around for my response or not, I don't know. But he either figured it out or when he heard me say that it was single player, that was it. He was out of here. But hey, follow. I think it's follower only chat, which means at least we got a little follow out of him, and that's always nice. Nice to have people at least drop in. That's what I say. You know, you don't have to stick around by any means. If you drop by, I'm so happy you came by to say hello and check out what I got going. If it's not for you, hey, I get it. There's a lot of stuff out there on Twitch that's not for me, but. I appreciate you giving me a chance, and I appreciate you saying hello if you do. How's our inventory? Let's get some glowstone, since this seems to be a pretty good area. You know what would be really handy right now? Spyglass, telescope. Oh well, you know, hey, look, not everything's for everybody. But you know, I'm glad to see new faces in there, and I know, you know, a lot of folks just look. You know, I would imagine that question. Hey, is this multiplayer? Is the people wondering, hey, can I join your server? Kind of stuff, right? It's that version of that same age-old question. Everybody's looking for a game to join, and come on. Ooh, look at all this lava over here. Let's get that cleaned up. Anything? Telescope. That's what we need. But yeah, we got some cool new stuff. Good progress, I think, out of the world in the last couple days. And I was just saying earlier that we'll probably... I'd love to find the fortress and get the initial run done. So then we can kind of... Alright, we've kind of got what we need to move forward out of the nether. Hopefully, you know, it's got wart and blazes. I shouldn't jinx it before we even find one, because it's so frustrating when you hunt and then you find a fortress, you get all happy, and then you find out that it is not complete and doesn't have an internal section, so therefore no wart rooms, and then you can't do potions. All trouble. But the good news is we have not seen a single hoglin yet. That is welcome. Come on, give me... Ooh! Give me a tier. Or a return to sender. Hey, there's a tier. Awesome. So when we do get potions, that'll be good. I really have been slacking on the quartz too, but I kind of don't mind if we find a furnace. I mean, call it late in the stream. Is that another bastion? It's gonna be good, but seriously? 3. All right, here. Quartz is awesome for XP. So some of the enchants that we got here earlier today were purely based on the fact that we can process that quartz while we're waiting for the zombie farm to fill up. So it gives us something to do while we're standing right there, and gives us good XP with the fortune pick too. And it's a clean white block, so it's kind of fun to build with. Negative 111. Save on that. Back. Alright. Still not the fortress we are looking for, though. Come on, droids. Yeah, so this stuff, once you hit it with fortune, you get XP just to break it open. We also did some for sciencing on nether gold, and I have always said just cook it, you do better. And still, after early results showed no, that might not be the case. I did a pretty big batch and averaged it out, did the math on it. You're still less than an ingot per when you take the nugget option, but you're not using any coal to get it. So I kind of think that it's close enough that for now, especially in our world where we're always seemingly short of coal at the moment, pretty good thing to have, or a pretty good way to do it is just to go ahead and fortune into gold nuggets and then make those, assemble those 9 at a time into ingots. But right now we have more gold than we do apples. This is a little sketchy. So that's our way back, but I'd like to see, can we get down to here safely? And does this go anywhere? Maybe not. Dude. At least his XP didn't all go in the lava. Probably all kinds of treasury loot did. Alright. Fortress time. I don't even know. I don't know. Should we stay up high and try to go... Because this, I'm just going to end up tunneling again, right? I don't want to go into the basalt delta. Not a good one. Tree farms, the best I know to do, and that I've seen for streamers and all that, is to do podzol and either spruce or jungle. Spruce is kind of the best because it'll make a good mass without putting branches out in the way. First of all, before I do all this, I gotta know home is this way, right? Oh, and don't grab gold in front of these dudes. Alright, home. Quartz they're okay with, though. Do still have some inventory. So podzol, make a platform, put it over water, ideally, that flows towards hoppers, some kind of a collection system, and then bone meal them to get giant trees, and then just chop the trees with an efficiency 5 axe, and you'd be good to go. loads of wood. But that's quicker. You can make some automated tree farms, but either their maintenance or just the required stuff to fuel and work that makes them less efficient than just chopping down the trees. We'll get there. That one, especially since we're starting to get low on coal and wood again, that'll be a priority. All right, we want lots of torches here. Find our way back. I don't honestly know if we're like turning back in on where we've already been. Never know. Instead of farming much coal, you get a little bit of start. Then you use a tree farm that will go to a furnace. Then it will cook, making charcoal, and you can use charcoal for fuel rather than coal. Yeah, that is certainly possible. And our channel friend Hydro was doing something similar. She had a desert spawn and was doing just that, on a manual level, but like until she got coal, she was just switching it over. I kind of like the mixing it up of, hey, let's go find new caves and stuff in the overworld and hunt for coal. Especially if we could just find a mountain, we'd be all set. Yeah, there. In that sense, there's actually some better things that you can do. We played around with kale at one point. I don't know if you were around whenever day that was. You can make dry kale, make blocks, and use those as fuel. That's a good route if you don't have a ton of coal. Especially now that we have good fortune, though, it's not going to be a problem for long. We're just going to take basically one more trip. We'll silk touch all the coal, raw coal, or coal ore, bring it back home, hit a few stacks with fortune, and we're gonna have loads and loads of coal. So I'm not overly worried, but bamboo farms are good because you can use bamboo as fuel in some capacity. So there are a few ways, and you're not doing quite as much. And the automation, the flying machine harvesting, and then collection car hoppers, much easier sets up that whole running your fuel into a smelter or whatever you want to use, so you can kind of save a step. But yeah, it's the right idea. I think there's just a couple in between items. If we get to a point where we're making like a massive smelter or anything, once we kind of move into build mode, which I know that's your kind of fan. Uh-oh. Dun dun dun. There are the jerks. Which probably means that this is where the fortress is going to be, right? Because that's the way it goes. Now we're better off than we were the last world when they knocked us off. We've got better gear. We don't have netherite, which is a huge help against those hoglins. Ooh. Hi. But there's still big trouble. I'm not a big fan. Whoa! Jump scare? What the heck, dude? Not cool. No. Alright, come on. I think we can... This may get a little messy, but I think we can then just start lowering down stairs. Here. Go ahead and use that up. There, you can use my staircase. That's cool. Alright, maybe... Oh! Oh! Alright, maybe what we should do is go up before we lower ourselves down so we can have a better view. Man, I wish I had that spyglass with us. Come on. Hit the fire. Hit the fire. Thought that was gassed. Come on. What do we see? Anything? I'm like all leaning in. As if that'll help. Alright, well now we're kind of glad we did make the staircase, so at least it wasn't a waste. Let's go seal off this. Boom, boom. Yeah, oh man, netherrack. It's right up there with magma blocks as the most... Oh wait, Control Shift Q for full stacks? Yeah. Get a little space back. Alright, go, go, go! Lava. And then we got this little staircase. That gets us down low. Oh, dude, did you see all those pigmen? Man, if you miss and hit a pigman in the head... Trouble. Still another one. They're so tough to get any kind of like real directional off of their sound though. Now, was this the same bastion? Or is this a fourth bastion? 950, negative 82. So that's, we've looped back around and maybe we were up high. I think that's the same one. Because it was like 950, 111. Alright, we're not going there. Okay, despawn. I don't know. Is this all... Yeah, this is pretty connected. So let's go here. I'm way, 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 way over time, by the way. So I don't know. At some point here, I'm going to have to wrap up. But I want to keep looking for a fortress. It would be such a good capper to what we've been able to manage in the last couple days. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, no. See, the problem is you get tons of netherrack and you can use it, but one very bad thing, it is not at all gas proof. So one gassed fireball and like 8 of these things are gonna go. It's like creeper holes, right? Except that you're hanging out over lava. And that's no good. And I'm just hoping that this gets us somewhere that we can keep the search going here. Okay. Now will this connect us all the way down, or are we still floating? I did grab that glowstone. Yeah, I did. Okay, so I could get some more of that. And it sure feels like this should go down, but I don't know that it's going to exactly. Yeah, like that doesn't connect. This is probably our best bet, but I'm not wild about being in gas country here. Oh, dude. Alright, at least if we go here, we've got kind of a... Got kind of a safety area, or cushion. So of course I then don't use any of that. I want to be... Oh, here. That's our salvation right there. Come on. Get. Oh, boy. Dude. How this game makes just turning a stupid corner so terrifying. Oh, see how far that went? Ah. Alright. Think we got this. No real trap there, but we'll fill it in anyway. Alright, is that... No, this is not good. Kind of defeats my torch a little bit, but... Alright, I think that gets us back out when we want to. Oh, that wasn't right. Boom. Boom. Everything is terrifying in hardcore. Not too much, but yes. First trips, it'll all become too routine, right? That's when it gets dangerous, but for now, it is scary stuff. Each and every turn, I was building stairs to get my portal down off the heights, and it was awful. Just awful. Like trying to spiral around. And I hear you gassed. Alright. Boom. If we're out of torches. Nope, we're not out of torches. Not done yet. Okay, so now we're coming back on crystal again. This has got to be some massive lava flows up above. But I think we can deal with it. That's our first strider I think we've seen. That could be a trap. We're not gonna risk it. Now is my time to peer at the screen again. Again, a little bit of life insurance here in case of ghast. And yeah, I'm crouching because I don't want to back up off an edge. Alright. That seems pretty decent. And hopefully this gets us back on the hunt. Nothing in sight that way. That needs to be clearly marked some way. Boom, boom. Nope. Now this one, with all those other holes and sections. No! That's what I was trying to look out for. Okay, the good news is we have fire prot. And can get, come on, get over here. Get out of the lava. Well, that was fun. I don't think I've seen them riding. Is that a new thing in 19 or? Yep, that's why I came to the Nether. I turned around and I went back. The so sorry, catching up a little bit. Playing this very safe makes staircase even for 2 block fall. That's mainly so I can get back along my torch path, right? I just want to make everything easy so that as soon as I get home, I can go. Uh, yeah, I saw your when school starts thing. I'd missed that because I was terrified in hardcore. Yeah, I know. I totally get that, Troy. I don't know, like I said, what my scheduling will be. I'm always kind of flexing around, but it really depends a lot on what else is going on. But certainly during the winter, there's less going out in the afternoons and evenings and that kind of stuff, so I do have more opportunities. All right, so we survived our fall into lava from up there. You can see our path, and that was what I was trying to articulate is a big risk out here. Um, what I let's hang on 1 second. We want to get back to negative 5932. So we've pretty much stayed on with our Z and gone all up on the X. Um, I kind of want to get back, but I think we're going to go over to there to do it. But while I may come back out this way and revisit this. I just want to, just like those 2 block stairs, I really want to make sure I can get back again and not get turned around or lost. And I really don't want to pillar back up to that hole because I wanted to get down here anyway. So we took the ouchie way down, but we made it. All right, that seems pretty good. Yeah, once we get that fire prop 4, we will be even less rushed, and then once we have potions, even less from there. We can basically just swim whenever we need to. So it gets better and better, but don't want to make a habit of doing that. And I was trying to go slow, but it is too easy to just drop through. But again, falling from that height with feather falling, if we hadn't hit lava, if we'd hit basalt or something like, a little island of it, we wouldn't have died. If you're up at the roof of the Nether and you fall and you unexpectedly hit a hole like that, a little pocket, you don't hit lava, you're dead. Straight up dead. Or you fall right in the middle, and by the time you get out of the lava, everything is cooked. Look at that. Our gold helmet, even though it's got mending on it, just from dunking in the lava there, it uses up so much of its durability to try to protect us. So that's a problem that we want to watch out for. And I think for that reason alone, let's start following our torch breadcrumbs back. We're going to grab quartz as we go, but I don't want to lose that gold helmet yet. So, and I could just repair it here and stay where we're going, but I do want to get back, and I want to be able to park and start the stream again tomorrow at the farm, same way we've been doing it, where we can load up zombies without significant, running the AFK farm when you guys aren't around. I'm not down for that, but I am down for opening the game early to improve the stream quality and letting the farm just fill, so that when we start off, it's loudly bustling with zombies, and we clean them up. But at least early on like this, using the nether quartz is just as effective. Wee. I hope these don't break my stairs. And for those of you guys that are... Oh, I guess we did. Yeah, that's our bridge, right? I'm not going to go for that. We came down here. That is scary in hindsight. Leave most of the gold. We want the XP. Alright, good there. This is our little torchy path. I'm not going to go out of my way, but on the way we'll grab the quartz. And this is definitely a little sketch. Think this is safe. Hi, Gasty. See if you come this way. Have not seen a single ancient debris yet. That's not unexpected. We haven't really been grinding the blocks, but you will find an occasional one scattered up in these kind of levels, just as a goodie. But like coal in deep slate, it's not the place where you expect to find it. You see how far he was big. I keep seeing those glowstones. Glow whatever. Thinking they're nether, or thinking they're ghasts. Nethers. Torches going back up higher here. Let's not lose those. Alright. Walkway. We did kind of look around all up in here, didn't we? Didn't we go up top there, find nothing, and came back down then, right? That is, sorry, total change of thought here. That is a good reinforcing reason why not to put your fire prot on your gold item, right? A lot of people are like, oh yeah, I want my fire prot when I go to the nether, so I'll just put on the gold. Well, if you're in the lava and your durability gets all chewed up, as soon as that thing pops, then you've got no immunity to the fire, and then it can get real ugly. So if you got a long swim, put it on something diamond, so at least you may start taking a little more damage, but you're gonna have as much prot from the fire as you possibly can. It looks like we may have cleaned all this. That looks like a staircase, but I should have marked it better. Yeah, I can see some quartz holes that I've dug. This is this is where it could be problematic. But we know we want to get basically, you know, keep moving in the same direction, right? Because we didn't stray too far. Which directions are these? We didn't stray too far north or south. We went all east. Yeah, I know. I have not yet reflected back a fireball. Usually that happens kind of automatically. Come on. So many levels. Future enchanting. Now where... Got this torch. Here's a torch. How did I get... I mean, it can be right here, but... This is where I'm trying to get to. That was kind of convoluted. And some of these pillars, we might be getting close to back. None of this looks familiar, though. So here's our torch. Oh, was there like a tunnel? You guys seen any more torches? Ooh. Ooh. Up here, maybe? Oh, boy. Enough already with the ghasts. They're all so glitchy, too. That fell. So, did I turn around from here? Another one? Come on, man. Between bastions and ghasts. And then they get stuck and they're like shooting forward and back. Think I've shown you guys I can take care of the ghasts. Not my biggest fear, just annoying. All right, that now where am I here? Any of this look? Where are we? 599 too. We're not going in a bad direction. The only problem is that we might have to backtrack if we get stuck, but there was some of this. Oh, we got torches. Oh, we also got an enderman. Anybody remember where that last torch was? Oh, it was back around here. That's a good spot, right behind the lava. Boom. And then I had more torches up there, but now that we know where we are, we can go. Well, we know where the next torches are. Now we can go get these guys. Boing, 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 boing. Always been mushrooms in the Nether. Nether had brown and red. That was back in mushroom stew days. You could, it was kind of a nod to if you wanted to base build and live a Nether life, you could do that through mushrooms, right? Because that was before they'd set up some of the animals and things like that to be transferable, and the ability of some of the crops and things to grow here. Nowadays, you can move dirt over and start a farm and all that good stuff. So. Okay. Where did those torches go? Oh, we made a staircase over there. And oh, we were going up. Okay. Never a complete nether life. I was talking earlier, just to the VOD, about one of my very first experiences in the nether. I got stuck, and it's why I'm so paranoid about like the concrete or the cobblestone box around my portals, because one of my very first trips, I came through it, the portal put me right on the edge of a bunch of soul sand. I didn't even know at the time, like, what is all this stuff? And I'm like, ooh, is this slow? Like, wow, it kind of slows you down. What is this stuff? Giggle, giggle. And while I'm playing around in the sand, a ghast comes along and blows up my portal. And if a ghast fireball hits your portal, it may break one obsidian. Pretty unlikely, but it will break the. Clearly, we're not at the same level of torch use when I was starting this out. Hi. So I ended up stuck there. I had no flint, no steel, and I really, I don't know Oh, no, it was hardcore because I knew if I died, and now, like, once I started looking online, like, what do I do? I didn't even know that they could break these portal things. As soon as I found that out, I was like, oh, I'm going to lose my world. Do I just start over? But this was the first time I'd made it to the nether, so it was hardcore, and it was, maybe if not the first, very soon. Like, if I had made it before, I just died. But I got there and was like, oh, okay. Now I can't get out, and I had to go basically find the fortress and find there's gravel. There's always been some gravel in the nether. So I made use of that, and did I think eventually I got the the iron out of a fortress. I think I basically had to wander around until I got the fortress. I don't think I found a flint and steel, but I did find a piece of iron. And so I could then relight my portal and get home. And it was like the first time I was like, oh, this game is actually really awesome. That's how I kind of got hooked. It was like, you can just literally get stuck in a place, and be left to your own devices to figure out how to get out. And it was, clearly I've got a little bit of a hooked on Minecraft deal going on. But that was a big, big, big part of it. All right, you, and then I think we're getting closer. Oh, no. Yeah, this is the high road back to the portal, right? If it is, we're gonna torch it. Yeah, there's the stairs of death. So we can do that. This, and we don't want to use those stairs. All right, woohoo! We made it. Talking about my nethers. All right, so here we go. A little cobble box around our portal, but it is down here, and we can eventually start spanning out. We may need to do that to get a better look at what else in there. Admittedly, this is hideous. If we turn this into a big nether transit hub, we will clean all that up. So here you go, dude. If you're still around, I think I got a lot to show you, man. And I'll do that quickly here as we go. So first thing, we slept. We are now safe in daylight, although up top here may be a little dangerous. Give it just a moment. All right. Bubble elevators. I think you've seen these in past Worlds of Mine or anywhere else, but we got our first bubble elevators. So these are now set up at the farm. We park our boat over here now to keep it away from the bees. Farm, other than that, farm hasn't changed too much. Okay, did you see all the stuff down below then? So that's what we're looping back around to now. So we're gonna do another bubble elevator in hopefully around the zombie spawner over on this side. But that I did that first one today after our first little visit to the Nether when I got soul sand, and just didn't feel like doing a whole nother one during this stream. I wanted to find a fortress. All this stuff, no significant changes, I don't think, except that we did fill in a lot more villagers. So I've got feather falling from one of these dudes, this guy. But I've got two more to assign, just haven't had the time to keep grinding them. We had to rescue the cartographer out of a cave. That was an exciting little deal. Not much changed on the surface here, although we have a doggy. No name yet. Waiting for inspiration. Had you not seen the fenced boat? Fenced boat is because of the turtles, and I need to figure something out for the bees over on the other side. That's why I parked so far away. All right, here we go. Leave that. This is good, but it can sit over here. Those are going to sit Dude, we have so much random junk. Really, tomorrow may be about getting a pinch storage set up. Got plenty. Once we find wart, we got plenty of sand to plant it in. That's good. These are the quartz blocks, so if you think that's attractive, you're in luck. We got plenty to build with. They're not particularly tough, like blast resistance and all that is not very good, but they're great for building with. And you can actually, I think they're the ones that you can use for like marble columns and stuff. So we'll take a look at all that once we get a little closer. All right, so bamboo, maybe that was there. I can't remember. All this looks very familiar, except that we may not have to do it much longer, which would be fine with me. Made these runs a few times in the last week. Almost there. So I don't know. You might have been around when I was building this. I can't remember. I can't keep them all straight. But Zombie Farm is in full effect. Disc is here for disc parties. I'm not going to offer you a disc party today because I've already gone an extra hour. Happy Sunday. But we got zombie spawner, and if we stand right here, you can hear the zombies start to go, right? I don't know if any of that's new. I don't know if this maybe is new. I'm guessing that all of this is new, though. And this goes all the way back over to where our nether portal is and the bubble elevators. It connects the farm, and we're going to widen it. I won't lose anything in the zombies just yet. You can kind of see already where our progress on the wide tunnel. So it's 4 blocks tall and 1 wide for, I don't know, maybe not quite 2/3, but a lot of the remainder of the tunnel. So it's pretty long, but it eliminates the need to go over land between the two, and basically just gave us something to do while we were trying to run the farm. But if you get too far away from the spawner, you don't go. So really only the first little section was productive. But we'll keep working on this now that we have Silk Touch and have mending on all our tools. It's not too bad with the efficiency 5. But this is our big XP wins. First thing we want to do is fix up the pick that we just damaged or used. And like I said, this saves coal, so until we've just got unending fuel, we'll leave it as is. And again, I want to out average 9 per, and it's a little under that, but not bad. Close enough to make the fuel the main concern. And now this is where we get a big boost, and between this and the zombies, which are filling this whole time, we should be able to get back up, but to do a little more enchanting, maybe. Still looking for another Fire Prot 3 to combine. looking for the helmet stuff, looking for the 2 swords at level 5, if we can get those. That would be smite and sharpness. And tools, right? We want to get all the rest of our tools dressed up, but priority's always just been get the weapons, get the armor, get everything set. So we're pretty close now. Oh, I gotta, I guess I already did. I didn't even think about it. Had to fix, oh, and the pick's good too, so didn't take too much of that. So now we are leveling. And normally I'd do this just in one big row. I think it's a little quicker, but to keep the farm running, we just want to stay close. So just do this little area here. Pretty good. Alright, let's go chop. Chop and chill. $26. Almost 27. So those are our next 2 big priorities. Probably Monday, Tuesday. We got some housekeeping type stuff literally to do here at the base, and gotta go find a fortress. But it's beginning to look like that fortress is going to be a long expedition in the. That's kind of weird. Because we just got back and slept immediately, and it went right into storm. So that's a lucky storm. There's no difference. It's just uncommon to get a storm that quick after sleeping. So the sure beats just standing around waiting for zombies, and you know, look, we were at 26 the last time we ran the farm. We're now going to pass through 30, and we still have all this left to use. So it is a good early game source. Pretty soon it becomes pretty indifferent, right? Once we have a good XP farm, we don't need to worry about it too much, but a little sloppy there. Two more of these. Wow, but this is great. We're already stacking up extra enchanting rounds that we can try for. And when we're just trying to grab either books or tools with specific enchants, that's no problem. It's and you know, for the fire prot, I put my old pants over there, right? We can keep trying those diamond pants to see if we can find a fire prot 3, combine those. Same goes with the helmets, right? We'll keep putting the old helmet on there to see if we can get respiration or aqua affinity, and then do combos. But we'll also be looking at books, and anytime any of those show up individually, or if our librarians offer any of those at this point. Silk Touch still a priority, and then the bow enchants power 5. Most important. We'll take all those. Alright, so a whole bunch of quartz. Quartz gets blocked. Do I have... I think I made a quartz chest, didn't I? Yeah. Boom. 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 And boom. So that one didn't matter at all. So we got a couple little stacks of quartz storage. Things will be messy until we get them not. And last hurrah. Somebody had... Oh, hey! Again. Second time we've had a little guy pop out of the farm. 35. So, compared to quartz, the farm's not much to write home about. But compared to milking cows and all that kind of stuff, it's actually... Well, not milking cows won't do much good. Alright, we're going to drop these pants. I mean, I'm not going to drop my pants, but you know what I mean. We are going to park right here. I'm going to thank all of you very much for a wonderful stream day. Huge progress, getting to the nether, getting stabilized there, getting the bubble elevators set up from the farm at least, and starting to work on that. We will probably do some digging, I would guess, but we'll see what all we get into tomorrow. But it should be good. My guess would be a later stream tomorrow. I don't know that for certain, but that would kind of be my guess. Just looking at the forecast, supposed to start raining at some point, rain through the night, which I guess would lead to early, but I kind of want to catch up with some of the other streamers and things I haven't seen for weeks. So, yeah, we'll see, but maybe more my afternoon time tomorrow. For anybody watching the VOD, thank you so much. Your likes and comments, always appreciated. For you folks over here on Twitch, if you're just driving by, hit that follow so you can drop in the next time you see me go live and say hello in the chat. Love to hear from you, as we did from dun, 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 dun. Random plays. We got 2. We also got Vidu Jurox Bay 9 hit us up sometime recent here. So thank you all so much, everybody that's jumping in to follow and join the stream. Really appreciate you guys. That's a big boost, and hope you're enjoying the world. We'll do a little more toury stuff, like I said, a little more overworld stuff tomorrow, and then a bunch more nether, either starting again tomorrow or during the week, because we gotta find a fortress. That's the next deal. But we may start building out our roads through the lava lake ocean stuff. Try to head in a direction that we didn't just have natural land. So we'll give all that stuff a shot. Thanks so much. See y'all tomorrow. Stay awesome. Have a great week. I will talk to you all tomorrow. See ya.